We're back. Vagrant Story. Loading. Uh, Vagrant Story, the second game released in the Ivalice Alliance, which is... It began with Final Fantasy Tactics and consists of Squaresoft games set in the world of Ivalice. The Ivalice Alliance as a concept wasn't decided, or like the name of the unifying name of it wasn't decided until I think Final Fantasy 12. Oh, okay, Circle is confirming this. Glorious. Alright, vibration on, sound on. Is it worth waiting for more people to come in? Because there's never a guarantee of that. Ninja says no. Anyway. None of that. So I don't know a huge amount about Vagrant Story. The third game Famitsu ever gave a perfect score, which was a big deal back at the time. Nowadays it really isn't. Although I was lucky, as I mentioned on the Discord earlier today, that it was one of the first games that Famitsu had given a perfect score. It was a big deal at the time. The first game was Ocarina of Time, the second was Soul Calibur on Dreamcast, and they're both fantastic games. But then, like, the game after this, to get a perfect score was Wind Waker. And I don't care how you feel about Wind Waker is not a perfect score game. Absolutely not. And then, to drive the point home there, the next game to get a perfect score was Nintendogs. So, like, no. So I feel like the value of the perfect score of Famitsu dropped off very quickly. But yeah, considered to be very good. I know this game's considered to be pretty difficult. It's set at the end point of the Ivalice timeline. It's like every game's generally set in different time periods in Ivalice. But this is set like the furthest along. I'm guessing Flame's not going to show up to see the game he voted for, or the game he spent points on. So if he misses the start of it, he misses the start of it. Fair enough. But yeah, like, it's supposed to be pretty hard. But let's get into this, because I've been saying for a while. Oh, there's Teak. Give me a second, I need to get comfortable in this chair. Yeah, I've been saying for a while, like, I want to do some of these. Let's bring Chrono Greatjoy. I've been saying for a while I want to do a Yuzumi Matsuno directed game, but the problem is like most of them are tactical RPGs, and I don't do well with that. This isn't. So let's finally do a Yuzumi Matsuno directed game. Has that been long enough? It's been like 10 minutes. Let's play it. Happen at some point. We have to assume so, yes. Duke Bardorba's Manor, Greylands, 2:32 AM. That is a good image. Like, you can tell because the fire's on top of it that it's just a 2D image, but that looks really nice. Do I have to... Yes, I do. Immediately, this is a bold level of cinematography and stylized character models for the PlayStation. Like, I'm looking at this, and those character designs, the specific artwork on them, that's very Ivalice. That's very Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 12. And you can see coming from here, moving up into the PlayStation 2, where they were moving to. This looks like if Final Fantasy 12 was a PlayStation game so far. Because 12 had a very distinctive art style as far as the main series goes. It's like, this is bold. And I immediately respect this. That's a bold camera angle. Like, there's absolutely no good reason in terms of, like, the resources, the modeling or anything, why you needed to shift the camera outside the window like this. But that looks fantastic. I am immediately down for this. Mouth animations, as they're supposed to be talking. Why isn't Square remastering this? This would probably look fantastic on a CRT. Right? Actual facial animations there. The character's eyes move to the side before his head turns. On the PlayStation? This might already be like my favorite looking PlayStation game. This is unbelievable. Oh, we're playing. The dude was trying to run away. No. There are no witnesses, no survivors in war. Honestly, like, we're like 5 minutes in, and I'm looking at this and thinking, why isn't this held up with like Metal Gear Solid as an example of like level of presentation in games? There's so much going on here that is so far like arguably above Metal Gear Solid. Let's see if it maintains this throughout. This is Sydney that we're talking about earlier. Hmm. Oh, that's an interesting turn of events. This is going to be the actual fight, isn't it? Come look, it's your favourite art style. I can jump. Yeah, I'll be able to get a better look when we go back to cutscenes. That does nasty damage. That was too easy. They said they were going to Leomond. But yeah, so far this game looks fantastic. Like, visually. And it's crazy that Square hasn't bothered to try and remaster this. So how's everybody doing? The body is but a vessel for the soul, a puppet which bends to the soul's tyranny. And lo, the body is not eternal, for it must feed on the flesh of others, lest it return to the dust whence it came. Therefore the soul must deceive, despise, and murder men. AJ.I. Sick, huh? Well, hopefully you're wrapped up nice and warm right now, Ninja, and you can enjoy a video game with your good buddy Chrono. Fucking cold here, actually snowed today. Not the Kingsmen, but the Cardinals. Guildenstern. A frame job? The boy, the kid now. Hmm. Leamon is an old town with a history of over 2,000 years. Walls have seen many battles. They are stronger than the mightiest forts of Valendia, and as the sun wheels through the sky, the beauty of their shifting colours surpasses that of any palace. The grand cathedral that towers over the town centre is a symbol of Leamon's indomitable spirit. It is the holy ground of the devout Iokas priesthood. At its height, Leamon was a thriving community more than 5,000 people strong. 25 years ago, a giant earthquake brought that chapter of Leamon's history to a close. So we expect the town to be a deserted ruin then? An elaborate and extravagant deserted ruin. Hmm. According to the survivors, our comrade, Agent Riot, headed out for Leamon before noon. Of course, the reports are all vague and we cannot deny the possibility of inaccuracies. Yet given there is only one path to infiltrate Leamon, the office believes yours to be valid. More dead. Sydney lost a rock. Religious cult Muhlenkamp. Hmm. But wasn't it Duke Bardorba's estate that he raided? The power to revive himself. Oh, he has other powers. We sent men to monitor the abandoned mine shaft that leads to Leamond. All were found dead. At the entrance, other bodies were found. 2 knights of the Cardinals King Crimson Blades. Our men were murdered with swords, but the knight's wounds show that they died by their own hands. At present, we've taken the bodies into our custody and our specialists are continuing the examination. Excerpt from Greyland's Incident Investigation Report, Section 3.14. Here we are. Gameplay. Oh look, platforming. This will be Teek's favourite game. To be fair, MGS4's opening is less interesting than that. So this is interesting. This isn't analog. This is 8-directional. And to walk, you hold the shoulder trigger. The right trigger. Which is interesting because this game released in 2000... Oh, wow. First person mode. Oh. There we go. It's interesting because it gave us the option of setting vibration, but there's not actually any analog support. Hmm. Oh. Interesting. This is going to be an interesting thing to learn how to play. I've heard part of the difficulty is figuring out how to actually play this game. Maybe it's a game that could benefit from a tutorial. Pretty sure that's a door. Take a look at this. Grimoire blocking access to a door. Chamomile sigil. And again, that absolutely looked like a door. Guildenstern works for the Cardinal. We work for the Crown, or for Parliament. Based on what we've seen so far, it's likely that they are our enemies. Even though we have a common enemy. The Arbory. The hell? To arms! I'm not sure how the risk system works, though. Good damage. No. Get the feeling there's a good chance that checking a chest during a fight is a bad idea in this game. Okay, so we saw a ghost child. Oh. Hmm. I really hope this isn't a game that's going to require a guide for me to make sense of. It counts the number of saves you've done, and the save counter has 4 digits. Okay, so there's a condition in the bottom left. Yeah, let's just save 9,999 times. There's also a clear counter on there, which is in double digits. Speed that up a little bit. Check the rest of this room first. Alright, so there's not a door over there. Yeah, that body condition in the bottom left is a little concerning to me. Well... So far, with the way these rooms are being presented, and the way we're running through them, this is actually giving me Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories flashbacks. Which is not a good thing to remind me of, generally. Huh. That's not pleasant. Well, I guess we're not going to be getting along then. Curious. Like, focusing on his right arm hasn't actually done anything. I was hoping it'd end up affecting his ability to hit me. But it doesn't seem like it has. Lowers risk. I don't know what that means. Okay. Come on. And he's got a crossbow. It's over, random night. I have the high ground. He's insane. That's interesting. That wasn't Guildenstern who directed them to attack me. That was Sydney disguised as Guildenstern. Which is concerning. So I can still make it in this direction. Bastard. Oh, great. So one thing that's definitely of interest right now is there doesn't seem to have been any leveling going on here. No experience system or anything. So what's going on? Also, my arm is injured. It needs treatment. And since it's my right arm, which I use to attack, that could be lowering my attack. This is going to be a complicated game, isn't it? Give me a complicated game that doesn't have a tutorial. Which is going to be frustrating, because you know what has a tutorial? Final Fantasy Tactics. Nice. So with you saying that, I assume you finished them both, Ninja? Hmm. Right, so it's a square grid system. What do you think? Pretty good? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, they're pretty good, right? Well, I look forward to doing Max Payne 2 on stream. I've not done Max Payne 2 in years. I enjoy playing through Max Payne 1 again. Yeah, Max Payne 2 definitely feels like a bigger, better game. Like, they've had more money to go with it, they've put that money in, it's just great. Hmm. And it feels reasonable as well, because like Max Payne 1's the roaring rampage of revenge. Max Payne 2 is him trying to go back to some semblance of real life. And so the fact that there are chapters that are just not combat, not you just running through shooting up a place, feels more reasonable in that. And then it's more character focused. Yeah, I wouldn't say either of them are great. I'm sorry, what? Where's the door I came through? Aren't you the ghost boy? I don't like the shade of red that word is said in. You're just jealous because your hair can't do that. Papa, he said calmly, full of menace. Simpler refused it. Sure. Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to disagree that Max Payne 1's final boss felt more satisfying. Partly because Max Payne 1, the entire point of the plot has been to get to that point. The mechanics of both fights, though, just aren't great. Because they don't want you to just shoot the person until they're dead. Like you do with Jack Lapino at the end of the first part of Max Payne 1. It's like, cool, what's going on with Jack Lapino? He just takes a lot to put down. And there's a good story reason for that. Yeah, but you can't have that be like, oh yeah, Nicole Horn, the person behind everything, she's not going to be high on V. She's not going to be off her tits on V. So the whole thing of having to shoot the grenade launcher at the tower in the first one, it's just not fun. And the second one's also gimmicky, with a similar gimmick, despite the fact that you can... I think you can you'll probably have grenades there, and you could probably shoot up, but it just won't work. You have to take out the skylight. Like I say though, both games great. Love them. Was so happy when they put them on Xbox backwards compatibility. I'm sorry, I didn't realise this was your home. I'll leave. Well, I'm not allowed to leave. Big guy's got range. Yeah, it's great to see that it holds up. Like, both games hold up. Somebody who didn't experience them at the time. I think a big part of that is because, like, people turn around and say, like, Max Payne invented bullet time in games, and it hasn't been done better. And whether or not that's true, I couldn't give you a real answer. But the fact is, Max Payne did it really well from the off. The bullet time was such an integral part of the game. And it worked really well, and it wasn't a gimmick. Yeah, I'm glad I won, but I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Huh. Hmm. But yeah, Max Payne's great. And like I say, the fact that it holds up for somebody who never played it at the time is really nice. The gunplay's really good. I feel like the specific kind of control style it has had already been a thing for a while in PC games at the time. Because you got stuff like Heretic 2 controls like that. And with a really smooth aiming in third person with a mouse. Jedi Outcast would end up doing that. Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 was like that, but wasn't quite as smooth. And then when it came to the consoles, like, the Xbox version is really solid. Like, the Xbox version, the best version to play. I remember getting the PS2 version on PS2 Classic, as a PS2 Classic on PS3. Because I had the Xbox version growing up. And then I got the PS3 and it's like, oh, Max Payne, let me grab this on there. That was a really well-modeled hand. Oh, you motherfucker. Battle abilities from suppressed memory. But his arms are metal, Ninja. See right there, it says left arm wounded. Yeah, what we're saying? You weren't there earlier. Yeah, Max Payne. Max Payne, generally really good. And, like, now that you've played through Max Payne 1, you can appreciate the memes about Max Payne's face. Which, fun fact, in Max Payne 1, the face model was Remedy employee Sam Lake's face. Sam Lake, who now is pretty high up in Remedy, to the point where I think he directed a bunch of their recent games. But every now and then, when he's doing an interview for something, somebody will ask him to do the Max Payne face, and he'll do the Max Payne face, and it's Max Payne. And it's really weird seeing that face and not hearing James McCafferty's voice coming out of it. Yeah, writer. I think he directed the Alan Wake games as well. I don't know, because I've not done. You dick. I've not done any of the Remedy games since Max Payne 2. Which is something I mean to fix at some point, but like I've been meaning to play Alan Wake for years. I got Control, but I want to do Alan Wake first. Alan Wake 2's out now, but like I should do Alan Wake. I actually reinstalled Alan Wake yesterday, and it's like, since I'm not going to be playing non-PS1 games on stream for a year, like, maybe I'll play through it. Oh, I'm not going to buy Alan Wake 2 anytime soon. That seems to be just generally a problem with PC ports to begin with, lately. Yeah, a problem with just a lot of PC ports in general lately. And the really frustrating thing has been, like, the developers and publishers coming out and saying, no, the problem is your specs aren't good enough. And it's like, people with the latest hardware can't run your game. Maybe you should work on optimizing it better. And when I say this, I'm really mostly thinking of Jedi Survivor. Which I'd like to purchase, but I'm not buying a game that isn't going to work. Yeah, if you were expecting if you were expecting a Bethesda game to actually be optimized, then you're a fool. But I saw that thing of Todd Howard coming out and saying, no, Starfield's really well optimized. You need better hardware. And like, fucking, the modders are looking at Starfield's code, and it's like, cool, Starfield is one of the worst optimized games in recent memory. It's such a mess of coding. that that modders have been like, I'm not working on this. And that's crazy. Yeah, generally, I think that's part and parcel of capitalism. When I pay for something, I want what I've paid for. And so it's the entire point of capitalism. Like, you pay for a service, you receive the service. It's like, you pay me to suck your dick, I better be sucking your dick. If I'm going to turn around, spit on your dick and say, there you go, then you haven't gotten the service you paid for. You've gotten something within the same ballpark of that service, but you've not received the service you paid for. Getting tired of these bats ambushing me. God damn it. Goddamn trap. How long does it take for my health to fully refill? That's a fast forward. That's a long time. That's not reasonable for me to do. Yeah, like, I wasn't going to buy Starfield, although the thing, did you see that Starfield won the Steam Awards category Labor of Love? Was it Labor of... No, was that Cyberpunk? No, it was Most Innovative Game Design thing, I think. Let me... What's the Steam Award? Yeah, Starfield won Most Innovative Game of 2023 on the Steam Awards, and it's like, Starfield, you mean that game that's the very typical Bethesda game made on the Bethesda engine that they've been using for like 25 years now? Possibly the least innovative game released in the last 15 years. Outside of anything Ubisoft made. Is this where I just came from? How much they hyped it up, and then it's like, it's just the blandest thing. No, you don't look well. That's concerning. That's probably more so. Yeah, I'll take that. How's my sword doing? I don't know what PP means. But yeah, like, Starfield's just... It's a Bethesda game. And I said... When has it been when I said it? Like, when they announced Elder Scrolls 6, like, Bethesda got an easy ride with Oblivion and Skyrim. Because Oblivion and Skyrim were the Bethesda design. But Oblivion came out into a market that had very little going on and had nothing like Oblivion to begin with. Like, Oblivion launched on the Xbox 360, and there was nothing like that. And even when Skyrim came out, there was still nothing like Oblivion. So Skyrim comes out, and it's like, great, more of this idea. But since then, the open world RPG non-linear design, where you can just go and do side quests for days, has become so common. And Bethesda just doing the same thing they've always done isn't good enough anymore because they're not the market leader on that. Because they're not the only they're not the only people doing it. That man has an axe. Or a hoe. I can't tell from this angle. I don't know why a knight would have a hoe. No, I think it's an axe. But it's not a great axe, which is weird. People got crazy when Elder Scrolls 6 was announced. Because it's like, okay, cool. We're finally getting a sequel to Skyrim. And at this point, so many of the people who played Skyrim are old enough to have nostalgia for Skyrim. And at this point, everybody's played Skyrim. Skyrim's been released on basically everything. Everybody's played Skyrim. And Skyrim is still, like, for all its problems, a game that's easy enough to just put on, play, and do nothing serious with. Just get lost in. Just get lost in. Like, my latest time playing it was on Switch, and it's like, I bought it on Switch, and I can just play it anywhere. And it's like, great, a game that doesn't have to have a huge amount of commitment. That I can just essentially, theoretically go forever in. Great. Quite installing up, because Ninja, you should be able to play whatever you want, whenever you want. Cool. How do I do that? You would just like, fuck Skyrim then. Requires a piercing weapon. Alright. Honestly, like, Skyrim's fun and it's worth playing. But we're not at the same point now that we're in 2011, 12 years ago, where there wasn't anything like Skyrim on the market, because now there is. There's so much like Skyrim. And there's so much that is better designed, better optimized. Yep. Respectfully disagree. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. This guy is so fast, and I'm over here trying to figure out how to use my abilities. Excuse me. This guy is so fast. What the fuck do I do? Yeah, we had a good run. I'll see you on Thursday for Casper. How do I even use these arts? I was like, oh yeah, battle ability is cool. How do I do them? The quick manual. Where am I paying? What's that? Readings involved? Ninja just immediately is like, peace out. Oh, I guess I'm reading all of this. The basic controls are 22 pages. I'm in it. They use the right stick for something? How uncommon it is for a PlayStation 1 game to use the right stick for anything? Execute command, draw weapon, cancel, open door, treasure, move cubes, end free look mode. Jump, display menu, turn camera, shortcut commands, walk. Pressing L2 while in battle in normal mode opens up a shortcut menu. Keeping L2 depressed, select from an on-screen menu of shortcut commands. So you can immediately use items, fair enough. Explains the difference between battle mode and normal mode. EP stands for Phantom Points. Decreases while in battle mode, does not decrease in normal mode. Okay, whatever that actually means. Huh. So if you get silenced and then you get hit by a spell, you will not be silenced anymore. Hit location damage. Each location's health is calculated separately. Right. Right. So having an average arm, an average right arm, isn't going to reduce the amount of damage you do per attack. It's only when the arm is dying. So the only thing we can do to enemies is specifically reduce their movement by attacking the legs. Or reduce a foe's hit location to dying, you can disable some opponent's special attacks. Right. Risk. As risk increases, Ashley's chance to hit with normal attacks, armed and unarmed, targeted spells, and break arts decreases. Ashley's chances to evade also decline as risk increases. HP recovery spells like heal are more effective when risk is high. So as you take more damage, you'll also recover more damage. And as risk increases, the likelihood of criticals will also increase. Welcome back, Ninja. Alright, acquiring magic. We have to use the grimoires, right. Must obtain one of the tomes of magic known as grimoires. Using a grimoire transfers knowledge of the spell to Ashley. Any grimoire can be used once to cast a spell it contains. Grimoire vanishes once used. At the same time, Ashley learns the spell that it contains. Ashley can cast any spell he learns in this fashion by spending MP. Using grimoires requires an expenditure. My thought was like, okay, so the first time you cast it, you have to use the grimoire. So would that not cost MP? But yeah, it does. Heal, Spirit Surge, Generate, and more. Alright, chain abilities. How do we use chain abilities? Right, they're timed hits. Right. And you can just switch them out on the fly using L2. That's actually really interesting. Every successful use of a chain or defense ability earns 1 experience point. Okay, when Ashley lands a hit on an opponent, the exclamation mark appears over the head. Press the chain ability button the exact moment the mark appears. Time well, you can chain off a chain ability, just press a button with a chain ability assigned to it at the exact moment Ashley's first chain ability attack hit. You can chain off a chain ability, so you can keep going. Note that you cannot use the same chain ability twice in a row. Instead, you must alternate between abilities. The more chain abilities you string together, the more difficult the time becomes. Ashley's risk increases each time you chain an attack. That sounds interesting. Defense abilities, special defensive abilities, exact time, opponent's attack strikes Ashley, which is why it's been popping up saying too fast, too slow recently when it wasn't doing that earlier. Alright, so when you use battle abilities, you gain experience points towards acquiring new abilities, which can be chain abilities or defense abilities. Every successful use of chain or defense ability earns 1 experience. Right, so this is probably going to make combat a lot more interesting and engaging, I think. Ashley's HP decreases every time he uses a break art. Check the break arts menu to see the HP cost. Unable to use a break art if you're using it would reduce him below 1 HP. Each time Ashley bests an opponent, he'll gain experience points towards acquiring new break arts. Right. Divided by weapon type and experience points calculated separately for each. Using one weapon exclusively, you can acquire increasingly powerful break arts for that weapon type. 4 break arts for each weapon type. See the number of experience points you need to learn under the break arts menu. Puzzle cubes. Strange crate-like objects called cubes. Made of wood, stone, and metal. Strange crate-like objects known as crates. Lift, push, stack any cube within reach that is not held in place by another cube resting on top of it. Use long-hafted weapons to destroy distant cubes. 6 types of cube. Rolling cubes made of stone. You can push them. Can't be rolled over obstacles even 1/2 of their height. Counter cubes. Push these cubes to roll them 1 square. Right, okay. Push cubes can be pushed. Can't be pushed over on. Right. Will slide in the direction they're pushed. These are the ice blocks. Carry cube. So far, I think we've seen a rolling cube and mostly carry cubes. Magnet cubes. Stacking cubes of a similar color causes them to float in the air a full cube height over the cube below them. Only work in a straight vertical line. Only if they're already attached to or... Only if they're not already attached to or floating above another cube. So you can't create a stack of 3 blue cubes to get a tower that would be 5 cubes high. Ashley must rearrange cubes in some areas of Leomond in order to clear a path through the rooms. Huh. Interesting. Arms and armor. Alright. Weapons constructed by assembling a blade with a grip. Assembled weapons can be equipped. Ashley cannot use a blade or a grip without assembling them into a weapon. 3 grip types: edged, blunt, and piercing. Grip type is determined by the blade attached to it. Alright. Damage points and phantom points. DP drop. When the DP reaches 0, weapon or armor's effectiveness is halved. Phantom points reflects dark energy absorbed by the weapons and armor used in Leomond. When phantom points reach max, the effectiveness is doubled. Right. Repairing a weapon drains phantom points. Right. You lose phantom points while in battle mode. Affinity in the class. 6 affinities: fire, water, earth, air, light, and dark. Standard. Yep, standard. The weapon's attack affinity is determined by the highest affinity. Right. Each of Ashley's foes belongs to one class. Ranked by priority as followed. Why is evil and human twice? The dragon class foe attacks Ashley's armor, being rises, but the classes below dragon may drop. But those affinities are also above. What? Alright. Simple map. All markers show the exit room features. The white marker indicates the exits. Blinking red marker is where you entered the room. Blue marker is another exit. Exit to another area. Lock marker is a locked door. And area map. You know what? I always appreciate a game that has locked doors that you may have to leave behind and come back to, that will tell you when you have the key. There are some Resident Evil games that do it, but not all of them. Very few, I think, actually do it, but they're always really appreciated. Use moving cloud stones to add a boost to a jump that would normally fall short. Limit extent you can change Ashley's direction in mid-jump. Use free look mode and camera angles to find treasure chests and doors you might have missed. Can use defense abilities even in normal mode. HP, MP, and risk increase faster in normal mode. Phantom points don't decrease in normal mode. Wearing armor, Ashley's resistance to magic increases. Shield bonus adds to resistance in battle mode. So if you want to use magic on yourself, switch to normal mode. As risk increases, Ashley's chance to hit with normal attacks, targeted spells, and break arts decreases. As risk increases, so does the damage received from enemy attacks. Risk increases, Ashley gains a large chance to land a critical hit. HP recovery spells like heal are more effective when risk is high. Using multiple chain abilities makes risk rise faster. Certain foes. Okay, so we've read through all of that. Hopefully that's going to help us. How many of you are still here now? Good work, Ninja. Proud of you. Slim's not here. We don't need him. Throw him in the bin. Don't worry, Ninja. I think I understood most of it. And hopefully it's going to make this playthrough cooler to watch. I need to turn battle mode off. I need to turn battle mode on. I think the thing is, like, I don't need to explain it to you. I just need to understand it myself so that this playthrough can be more successful. And the more successful this playthrough is, the more enjoyable it'll be for you to watch. Okay, so we got a little something there. This may end up being like, if you remember when I did that first playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake, and like I was having trouble with the dodging at the start, but by the end I was dodging everything. Which was cool visible growth. I really liked that as a thing. Like, the start, oh yeah, the timing's really weird and it's awkward and I'm not quite understanding it, but by the end I'm dodging really consistently. And that was a single section, so like, over the course of 7 hours I got way better, and that was really cool. Hopefully we're going to experience that again. One thing I do really like with the streams is when I get better at games in real time, and like you can see that happening. It's one of my favourite things. Like, going back to something like the Azure Striker Gunvolt playthrough, and like the improvement you saw there in the space of like 10 minutes was something I was super proud of. Like, there was one boss in particular that I went up against, and I tried it and I was like, this is unbelievable. There is no way I'm ever going to be able to beat this boss. They're doing so much damage and their patterns are so hard. And then I beat them the second try, because I just immediately gotten better. And it was like, yeah, that's really cool. As a gamer, I hate calling myself that, because that word is tainted. Like, as somebody who plays video games and doesn't always feel great at them, it was really cool to see that kind of real-time growth happen that quickly. Only Teak can call himself a gamer. He is the gamer. Or as I call him, Teak the Lamer. I can't believe we've been here for like 2 hours and Flame still hasn't come in to see the game. Just the Teak. We could probably make him do that. I would go over to his house one day and just like steal his stuff. And be like, you can have this back if you call yourself the Teak. I don't know why we'd need to steal his stuff. I don't think it would actually help. I haven't actually heard any of the new endorsements. Like, I got on mic with Teak a while ago, and, like, we just recorded them in an actual conversation. And Teak could direct me to, like, redo them how he wanted, which was fun. Like, actually getting real-time directions for stuff like that was pretty neat. But I haven't heard any of them. Who can get it first? Yeah, the baseball bat one was, like, the first one. It was being an asshole. Is there a save point nearby? These rooms don't tell me. Or the map doesn't actually tell me. For some reason. Alright, there we go. I need to start getting good at this before we call it a session today. Stop that blade! Rules of nature! Hey, how you doing, Ghost? I posted that video, like, the Resident Evil 4 remake chainsaw demo came out. And, oh yeah, now Klim's gonna pipe up. Act as though he's been here the entire time. Like, the RE4 remake demo came out, and somebody put that audio over Leon blocking the chainsaw with the knife. And I posted that video, and nobody commented on it. And I was so disappointed in all of you, because it was an awesome video. It was in my Discord. It'll be somewhere in the memes channel. Yeah, I saw you've been playing Diablo 4, Clem, and I am judging you. Okay, so using chain abilities, I can definitely get better at combat. Yeah, I'm absolutely judging you for playing Diablo 4. I'm shouting Ghost out. Ghost just recently finished her first playthrough of Silent Hill 2. Look forward to her starting Silent Hill 3. For the first time. Clem, it's not hard to it's not hard to be good at Diablo 4. Just like it's not hard to, you know what? No. We will not suffer this slander. This is my chat. None of this slander. Like, if you want to do a controversial but understandable take, you go ahead, but I will not suffer lies in my chat. then that's a you problem. Nah, it's fine, Ninja. You mostly grew up on PC anyway. It'll be here when you get back, Ghost. Fighting these undead. And then that ghost night. Most of your PC life having a shit. To be fair, most of PC's existence was a shit PC. People forget that. People are all like, oh yeah, PC Master Race. Like, yeah, for a long time, console was absolutely the place to be. For PC, like, just video gaming. And, like, for every Doom or System Shock you'd get, you'd have, like, 5 Marios. Or, like, a dozen Final Fantasies. And the console was always the better place to be in that regard. PC's generally... PC's better about it now for several reasons. Like, one of which is that, like, playing games is easier now. Like, back on DOSBox, no, not a chance. Like, having a PC in the modern day, way more viable, way more understandable. It's great to finally have what is more of an all-in-one system, which is kind of what I've always been after. Because, like, the alternative to that has been, like, own all these consoles. Like, own a PS3, own a PS4, own an Xbox, own a Wii, own a Switch. Still own a PS2 because it's not easily emulated. Still own a Nintendo 64 because it's not easily emulated. And so on and so forth. Just having, like, a good gaming PC removes most of that, and that's really nice. It's super convenient. And, like, you can't underestimate that convenience, even before we get into PC gaming. Yeah, and that's absolutely where I'm at. Like, just old games, absolutely. And I feel like we grow ever closer to the point where it's going to be like, cool, not ever buying new games again. Fucking Ubisoft guy comes out and is like, gamers should get comfortable with the idea of not owning their games. And it's like, cool, you should get comfortable with me not spending money on you ever again. Ubisoft used to do some really good stuff, like Splinter Cell was fairly solid, although Chaos Theory is where it got good for me. Assassin's Creed was neat, and like the parkour gameplay, there hadn't been anything like that. And it was exploring eras of history that you didn't really see a lot in video games, which was really nice. Of course, the Sands of Time trilogy is a favourite of mine. and I think I've demonstrated why. Beyond Good and Evil, I absolutely adore. Rayman has always been something I've been really fond of. But Ubisoft within like the past 10-15 years has just generally been kind of like, no. Not interested at all. And for the most part, like, a lot of the bigger companies like that, because you gotta remember, these are companies that we used to buy stuff off when we were younger because they were putting out good content. It's like, cool, how did EA get to the point where they're at now? They began by putting out good content. Same with Activision. And it's true of, like, a lot of these companies. The problem I have with Activision at the minute, particularly, I should probably do that one, is like they own stuff that I grew up with, and they started remaking a bunch of it. So like I bought the Crash Insane trilogy, I bought the Spyro Reignited trilogy, I bought Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2, I bought Crash 4, and that's, for the most part, all I've bought out of Activision recently. Like, if I check... There's no point in checking my Steam library because it's not organised like that. Like, Activision... Some of my favourite games growing up came from Activision. Like, a lot. Damn near everything Marvel related for a long time was Activision. They published Jedi Outcast, at least on console. I don't remember if they did it on PC. Probably, because I think they own Raven already by that point. Like, there's a lot of stuff. What in recent years, a lot of what they've put out has just been Call of Duty like, stupidly all the time. Like, stupid regularly. And it's like, cool, I got over Call of Duty in, like, 2009. What ability did I just activate? First-person shooters for me they were another genre that I enjoyed to a degree, but it helps that growing up, like, there was so much variety to that genre. It's like I enjoyed the Bond games growing up, and there was stuff like Time Splitters and Return to Castle Wolfenstein, and it wasn't all just the same thing. And the big, like, Halo. Fucking Halo was great. And then Call of Duty came out, and it was fine. It was another first-person shooter. It was another World War II shooter. Didn't really care. Modern Warfare came out, and everything, it hit big. Modern Warfare hit really big, and everything decided it needed to be like Modern Warfare. And that was ultimately the problem. And so most of your first-person shooters now are modern military shooters. And we started to see some pushback from the indie scene with that. Which was really nice. But, like, I feel like up until, like, Doom, like, Doom 2016, that was probably, like, the first big first-person shooter that was very, like, not modern shooter style. I wouldn't even say it was necessarily classic shooter design, though it really kind of is. It's certainly not classic Doom design. It's way closer to, like, Quake. Like, that began, like, I remember the leak happened back when it was called Doom 4, and Doom 4 looked like it was going to be a military shooter with demons. And then it disappeared for a long time, and Doom 2016 eventually hit. And the only thing we knew about it was, like, the multiplayer beta had come out and wasn't, like, nobody really liked it. And Bethesda didn't send any review units out because of that. And it came out and everybody played it, and it was like, yes, this is what first-person shooters used to be. That went so much better that time. And it was great, and I really enjoyed playing through Doom 2016 when I first actually played through it, and I jumped straight into Eternal at that point. Yeah, that went so much better that time. But yeah, I played through Doom 2016, and it took me long enough to actually do a proper playthrough of it. But by the time I did, Doom Eternal was out. I played through Doom Eternal, like, right afterwards. And, like, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And there was stuff like Embracer Group. We're all like, hey, we're going to do another Time Splitters. We've gotten the old founders of Free Radical back. and we're gonna do a new Time Splitters. And I was so excited, and like, oh yeah, Time Splitters 2 Remastered is gonna happen. Because, like, Time Splitters is so much fun. And then everything that happened with Embracer last year happened. Oh, thank you. And now that's not happening, and that's frustrating. Like, all these classic style FPSs coming out has been really nice. Ion Fury being like a new, it's a new build engine game, and if you like Duke Nukem 3D and Shadow Warrior and Blood, and specifically those 3 games, here's a new one. And like, that's great. Dusk was fantastic. A very like Quake 1-ish. So that's been really nice. But there was the thing I was saying of like, I'm gonna put this away. Of like Doom 2016 coming out and being like, yeah, AAA Industries doing like these first-person shooters again. And first-person shooters have been happening in the AAA industry, or like before that and since, that weren't modern military stuff. But it was always a case of where like the shooting was a secondary consideration, if you get what I mean. So you had stuff like BioShock, where the shooting's fine, but it's also not the primary focus of the game. Or like Deus Ex Human Revolution, where the shooting's fine, but it's not the focus of the game. And so at this point, like, giving it a quick re-examination as I'm talking, I realise now we're past the point of the modern military shooters being the problem. Because Doom 2016 proved we can move past that, we can do more interesting stuff with it. And the problem is just the homogenization of the games industry, where everything has to cater to everyone all at once. And so a first-person shooter will be an RPG. It'll have all these leveling elements, it'll have a crafting system, it'll have skill points, and it won't just be about shoot, shoot, bang, bang, don't die. Which is a shame, and it leaves us like back with the indie scene. Which, like, thank God for the indie scene. But also, like, thank God for Night Dive. Jeez. And like the Night Dive stuff's been great. It's a real shame that most of it is still concentrated on PC. And it's like, oh yeah, I've got a PC now, and it's like, cool. But I also want more people to be able to play all these things anyway. And so like, I was talking with Mr. Charisma, friend of the stream, Hallaby's name, about Dusk, because he's a big Quake 1 fan. I was talking with him about Dusk. I was like, cool, what can he get Dusk on? He couldn't get Dusk on anything. It was only on PC and Switch. God damn it. But thankfully, Dusk is now available on PS4. So if you own PS4 or PS5, and you're into first-person shooters, especially classic-style first-person shooters, and if you're into horror, because, like, really good horror-style vibes, definitely check out Dusk. It is one of the best times I've had. in video games lately. But yeah, I absolutely miss when we had, like, just games that could just do one thing really well. Like, a game doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, but if it can just do something really well, that can be enough. Well, I'm going to be spending time putting those boxes over there. There we go. It's like Skies of Arcadia. Skies of Arcadia does not reinvent the wheel. It doesn't really do anything that hasn't been done before. What it is just a traditional JRPG that's done really goddamn well. And that's all I need from it. And just doing that, it became one of my favourite games ever. I don't like that skeleton, he was a dick. Anything in here? There's a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, I guess, like, really thinking about it and getting down to the nitty-gritty and such. Part of the problem with today's video game industry, and, like, it ties back to something I've said before, of the amount of money spent on just development, how much games cost to make. You coming up here or not? Like, everything is homogenized to be as appealing to as many people as possible. Because it has to be, because these games need to sell a ridiculous amount to break even. And for some reason, we can't just maybe scale back development costs. Huh. Take an earthquake, apparently. Why is there a timer? The guy was a dick. But yeah, I suppose, like, ultimately, cool, now I should be able to cast heal. Like, development costs need to scale down. And it's weird to see the response to, like, ballooning development budgets and, like, how much money every game has to make to break even and make a profit. It's weird to see the response from so many publishers be, we need to put more money into this, and also put in ways to make more money out of this, rather than, like, what if we just didn't put as much money into the games? it kind of makes me wonder, to an extent, about what these executives and these shareholders will think of something like Final Fantasy 16 comes out and it doesn't sell as well as they want because their expectations are absolutely absurd. And it's like, okay, cool, this didn't sell enough. Meanwhile, something like Stardew Valley, made by one guy, sold so much and continues to sell so much, even all this time later. And like, Final Fantasy and Stardew Valley aren't the same thing. I'm not going to pretend that they are. But Stardew Valley had no brand recognition behind it. It's not somebody's second foray. It's not like the guy had put out a huge mega indie hit before. It's like, you look at ideas and such, and like, Undertale was huge. Undertale hit it really big. So Deltarune was always going to be really popular as a result. And it's not like that. No, Stardew Valley was just like, Undertale itself is also another example. Whereas like, cool, we put out a project, with like one person put out a game. And there were no reasons for any expectations behind it, and it did super well, and it cost so much less to make than any of this other stuff. And as a result, it's probably just made more money than this other stuff. And it's like, cool, do you know how profit margins work, Square? You know, a big part of the reason why Stardew Valley's made so much money is because it didn't cost all that money to make. The less you spend, the lower the profit bracket is. Yeah, Square's bad about it. It's like NFTs and blockchains are dying as a concept. And I think like only one big blockchain game got to come out before the whole concept when like everybody with any sense predicted just completely tits up. I think it was a Ubisoft game. And while the whole thing's very clearly going down in flames, Square turns around and is like, yeah, we're doing NFTs and blockchain games. And it's like, have you not been paying attention? I think I have an idea of what I want to do here. And like games as a service, like live service video games, absolutely dying. And Warner Brothers, like the CEO of Warner Brothers comes out and is like, yeah, we're going to be absolutely focusing on live service games. Like, all of our games going forward are going to be live service. And it's like, cool, they're burning around you. It's like, oh yeah, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is going to be a big thing. Going to revolutionize the industry. And it's like, cool, You realise Suicide Squad is a less marketable IP at this point than the Avengers are. And here's the fun thing, the Avengers live service game failed. You try to market this entirely off an IP, and IP is not going to save it, because it hasn't saved bigger IPs. Lifted the NDA so people actually like the game shop instead of all the negative stuff. It was funny, like honestly funny, seeing the previews of Suicide Squad, because all the previews were negative, and I've never seen something that bad before. Like, previews that are like... Previews that are cautious, or previews like, they need to do some changes to get it to where it is. Well, no, the previews for Suicide Squad are just like, I didn't enjoy the game. This is not fun. People got hyped for the game because it was Rocksteady. Like, it's the first thing Rocksteady's putting out since Arkham VR, which was 2016. So it's been 8 years since their last game. Assume they haven't been working on it the entire time. I assume maybe a 7-year development cycle from the studio that put out the Arkham series, and expectations are high. It's weird to me there's a save point in a room of enemies. Like, expectations are high and such, and it's going to be set within the Arkhamverse. We're going to get to see more of the Arkhamverse outside of Batman. And that's an interesting concept. And while from the beginning I was like, the concept sounds not great to begin with. Like, oh no, the Justice League has been taken over by Brainiac, so we're going to send in 4 D-listers. I'm sorry, that's not entirely true. 3 D-listers and Harley Quinn to go and deal with it. And it's like, cool, how are any of these guys supposed to deal with the likes of Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, a Batman that he's willing to kill? And the concept sounded stupid, but there's been stupid concept before, and it was like, okay, let's wait and see. Rocksteady, based on previous history, will probably pull this off. And then the gameplay trailer comes out, and it's like, wow, this looks so generic and bland. Why is King Shark using a gun? Like, surely the entire point of this would be that every character plays differently. But it's like, no, Harley Quinn's using guns, okay. Deadshot's using guns, that's a given. Captain Boomerang's using guns, weird, you'd think he'd use boomerangs. King Shark is using guns, okay. Why? Oh, workshop. Oh, it's a container. Where do I use stuff? How do I use the workshop? Do I use the container to use the workshop? But yeah, like it can be difficult to remember at this point, but when the game was first announced, it was like a Rocksteady return and more DC. Not a good concept, but like we've seen good things come out of bad concepts before. Like I'll bring it up whenever necessary, but like Batman Beyond is an awful concept as it was originally pitched. And it's like, oh, what was Batman Beyond's original pitch? Batman in high school. Like, the DC Animated Universe team were told to make a cartoon that was Batman in high school. And it's like, that's an awful concept. It really is. And they made Batman Beyond with it, and it's like, Batman Beyond is one of the best things the DC Animated Universe created. And it's a shame that Batman Beyond as a thing is so overlooked in the DC universe. Like, the DC doesn't do really anything with Batman Beyond as a concept. But yeah, like, the real death knell was the reveal that the game was going to have a battle pass and microtransactions for cosmetics. And it was like, cool, we know exactly what kind of game we're looking at then, don't we? Right. I remember, like, people were shitting on Gotham Knights when it was coming out. Like, oh, it looks terrible. It'll be bad. Wait for the Rocksteady game, because WB Montreal developed Arkham Origins, and that's the black sheep of the franchise, and yada yada yada. And like Gotham Knights is just looking like the better game between the two, which is funny. I said when I was playing with Teak, like, it's a shame Gotham Knights was received as poorly as it was, because while it's not great, it's a good foundation as a co-op open world superhero game. I'd love to see more like this, and if they got to make a sequel that'd be bigger, it'd be more like, that'd be great. There's not enough co-op superhero open world games, and we're never going to get more of that. Battle passes, absolutely. I hate the entire concept. Season passes conceptually aren't a bad thing. But that's with the idea that a season pass is very specifically just a DLC bundle. Ideally, what it should be is that season passes don't exist, and what you have is DLC bundles that come out maybe after all the DLC has come out. The ultimate problem with season passes is you're buying into a promise. And it's like, cool, you're going to pay for all the DLC up front with the promise that the DLC is going to be good. And the games industry loves breaking those promises. I saw a thing last week, the week before maybe, that was all like, fucking Arkham Knight had one of the best season passes. And I was like, what? Because I remember I bought Arkham Knight's season pass, and I was disappointed with it at the time. because it was more expensive than like other season passes. Welcome back, Ghost. It was more expensive than other season passes. They promised like new content every month, ending with the Season of Infamy expansion in the December. And the Season of Infamy expansion was 4 most wanted missions that amounted to like an extra hour and a half of gameplay. And it was supposed to be story packs every month. And the story packs were all glorified challenge map packs. And the Batmobiles that you got, which like can't be used in the main game because for some reason they don't have weapons modes, made no sense. Where are my grimoires? Yeah, I think ultimately at this point, like, we've given developers and publishers the benefit of the doubt too many times, and they have just abused that over and over and over. And so, like, now, I will not buy a season pass before the content is out. The last time I did was Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I bought the character pass after the first character was announced. Because it was like, oh, here's Smash Ultimate. All these characters were going anywhere. And the first character they announced as DLC was Joker from Persona 5, and I was like, if that's the first one, you could not predict who the others will be. And I didn't care about any of the others. So for all I used them, I may as well have just not actually... I may as well have just bought Joker on his own. And then by the time the second character pass came out, I just didn't care anymore. I wasn't playing Smash Ultimate anymore. Which is largely because, like, I played Smash a lot with friends. We did like 3 streams where I was just playing Smash with some of you guys. And it's like, it's great when it works, but it doesn't work a lot. The online for it is absolute garbage. And so I stopped playing it. My friends stopped playing it. And it's like every now and then I'll go back to it. And there's not a whole lot of point. So I never bothered picking up the second character pass. So now if I buy a season pass, it's because I'm buying a game as a whole, like as a whole unit. And it's post-release. Ultimate was the latest one, yeah. And honestly, I can see going forward, I can see Ultimate being the standard for Smash. The reason it fizzled out, the reason it seemed to fizzle out quickly, I think is entirely because of the online. The online for it was terrible. Like, if you had it, and you had the friends locally for it, right, it plays so much, there's so much fun with it. It has so many characters, even without the DLC, it has more characters than any other Smash game. Every character who had previously been in a Smash game was in it. There were new characters, they added Castlevania to it. So I played a lot of Richter in that. Christ. It's like, it's a lot of fun. Oh, thank God, jeez. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, there's a lot there. Like, it's great to play, the systems are great. It's got a lot of fun stages. But the problem is the online is absolute shit. And what made it worse was, like, Nintendo had been talking about rolling out online play as a subscription service for a while, for over a year. And then they finally did it. They rolled out the subscription, they changed, because it used to be that you could play online for free on Switch. And then they changed it and you had to pay for online. And they did that, I think, less than a month before Smash Ultimate came out. And so I've always felt like a bit of a conspiracy theorist when I've said stuff like this. But I feel like they pushed that out because they knew Smash Ultimate was going to be huge. But the problem there is, like, now that you're paying for this service, it needs to be worthwhile, and it wasn't. Yeah, and it wasn't. The online was absolute garbage, and now we were paying for garbage. And Nintendo was all like, here are some NES games to make it more reasonable for you to pay for. It's like, cool, but I bought any of these NES games I cared about elsewhere. It becomes its whole other problem of, like, Switch Online wasn't worth paying for. You were paying for a service that used to be free, but now that it wasn't free, it needed to be good, and it wasn't good. Alright, best estimate. Feasible to get the trilogy done this year. How many streams a week are you looking at, Ninja, and approximate length of them? I have played all 3 Dragon Age games, Ghost. It is on the list for me to eventually stream the Dragon Age series. But how much else is also on the list for me extreme. I don't know when I'll get to it. It's gonna be this year. Playing PlayStation this year. Dragon Age 2 gets a lot of flack, and it's very understandable, in all honesty. Oh, just play it when you can. Yeah, you could finish all 3 this year. Like, absolutely. I remember this thing. Honestly, with reasonable play sessions, like, you could have all 3 of them done by, like, before the end of April. Like, if you're gonna play them in your own time, regularly, like, before the end of April, probably. Inquisition is the longest one, so it really depends on how much time you spend side questing. Because Origins and 2 have a limited amount of content, in the same way that Mass Effect has an unlimited amount of content. And you'll eventually just be at the end. Inquisition is different in that it has, theoretically, an almost unlimited amount of content, but that almost unlimited amount of content is very repetitive side quests. When I played Inquisition, I had to force myself to stop doing side quests and just go to the end of the game, because I was trying to do them all and I was getting bored. I knew I was going to end up quitting the game if I didn't. So, like, depending on how much time you spend doing side quests in Inquisition, like, you could very easily be done before the end of April with reasonable play sessions. Origins, you're probably looking, like, with all DLC, Origins maybe 40 hours at most. Not huge. Not an excessive amount of time. Dragon Age 2, I feel like, is probably shorter than that, maybe 30, 35 hours with all the DLC. Can I get back there? I'm not gonna make that. But yeah, yeah, going back to what you were saying though, Ghost, you bought 2 and 3. 2 gets a lot of flack. And it's the short development time it had is very visible. They had like BioWare had like 18 months to put it out. So there's a lot of repeated environments. The quest isn't particularly grand. It all takes place almost entirely within a single city. But I do really like the story of Dragon Age 2. Like, story-wise, it feels smaller, because like Dragon Age Origins is very country-spanning. Like, you have to stop the Darkspawn threat, and you need to travel the country to gain all these allies who are all beholden to ancient treaties and such, and you've got to deal with the politics of the country as well and everything. And Dragon Age 2 is just the story of a guy or a girl, whichever gender you want to pick. The story of one person trying, like in the beginning, fleeing from the Darkspawn and trying to make a life for themselves in a new city, in a new country. And there's some really interesting ideas to it, some really interesting points, and I really enjoyed it. It's ultimately let down by its third act essentially just being a setup for Dragon Age Inquisition. But up until that, like, or even during that, like, it all feels, in terms of the plot, like, really engaging and interesting. I quite liked it, especially the smaller scale the plot had. I do think the story is good, but I've heard some people disagree about whether or not the story is good, and I think it is all about the scale of it. Um, it is more about one person as the main character and the city as the secondary character. But like Dragon Age Origins is the character of the Warden doesn't matter so much to the story. The story is going to continue. The character of Hawk is the important aspect of Dragon Age 2. It's more focused on Hawk and his immediate allies as the main point. Whereas in Origins, it was like you had the Warden, you had the party. None of them really mattered on the scale of the story that was happening. And I think 2's different in that regard. And some people didn't like that, I did. Go into it with, like, me. Yeah, it's more of a character story than a big story. It sets up a big story, but it's more a character story. Go into it with, like, interest, not expectation, I think. There's also the thing of Dragon Age 2 also, for some reason, redesigned a lot of ideas. The Kunari now have huge fucking horns, for some reason. The elves are a lot thinner now. In Origins, they look like humans with pointy ears. In 2 and Inquisition, they're very thin, with, like, very, very sharp ears. There's been redesigns to it. Everybody looks more attractive. Like, for one thing, though, which is probably a positive. I should have destroyed that one. Like, if you want an example of the redesign concept in Dragon Age 2, there's a character that appears in Dragon Age 1, Isabella. She's a pirate. She reappears in Dragon Age 2. And, like, maybe look up a comparison shot. Oh, I didn't even need to. And it'll give you an idea of the difference in style they were going for. Yeah, Iron Bull is in Inquisition, but the design is what they went with the Kunari. Like, that's the specific design. If you like Sten, you'll see a lot more of the Kunari in Dragon Age 2. The Kunari were not very common in Dragon Age Origins. But they're a major focus of the plot in 2. And then you get Iron Bull as a party member in Inquisition. Shale was a girl. Shale was also DLC. So my first playthrough didn't have Shale. If you buy Dragon Age Origins on PC, Ghost, it's not like it is on console. It's a top-down focused game, kind of like if you've ever seen the original Baldur's Gate or Planescape Torment or Neverwinter Nights, that kind of thing. It's very different to how it is on console. Oh, so you already know. Excellent. Sydney, what are you doing? You've never played it on console? Huh. I mean, at this point, you're probably unlikely to, I guess. Considering the only current-gen console you can get it on is Xbox. Because Sony doesn't offer backwards compatibility for the PS3. But yeah, I own Dragon Age Origins 2 and Inquisition on PC, but I'm probably going to play them all on Xbox. Like that, that's fair. That is fair. It might be worth you looking up then. Oh, you've subscribed. I didn't get a notification you subscribed. Thank you, Ghost. Like, it might be of interest to look at what Dragon Age Origins looks like on console. I know. Oh, fuck, I skipped the cutscene. Don't worry, Ninja, I got you. Yeah, it looks different on console because, like, the camera's behind the back, and it gives a very different perspective on the original game, which is kind of neat, I think. It'd be cool if there was a mod to put the PC version in that perspective. Probably is, I just haven't looked into it. But yeah, I'm probably gonna play them on Xbox. They do all go super cheap. Inquisition has gone cheap for a long time. Like, whenever there's a sale on Xbox or on PlayStation, Inquisition usually is there. Inquisition Game of the Year edition, and it's usually like a $5. And that's always surprised me. It's why I own it on Xbox, because I own it on PS4, and I bought it again on Xbox. So I could just have all 3 games on one system. And it cost me like a $5, and it's the Game of the Year edition. So... Alright, here we go. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. You fucking what? Well, that's concerning. Okay, so it's not just me who can see the ghosts. Close. Looks like Edward Elric if he actually got the growth spurt. Can I push this from this side? Like this? No. Well, gotta hope this is enough. It isn't. I'll just break one of these. That'll be fine. There we go. We're gonna have so many boxes to push when we play Soul Reaver. It's like, hey, what if... It's like Crystal Dynamics were like, hey, what if we made a game where the only puzzle was block pushing? And that's like every puzzle in the game. All you had to do was push a dozen boxes in various different ways throughout the entire game. Like, we make the joke, but, like, Soul Reaver is just almost entirely block pushing puzzles. There we go. Nice. Really nothing here. How do I get that? Oh, there we go. I hope that was intended. Don't worry. I found the grimoire for this. Yeah, now that you've got a PC though, Ghost, it might be of interest to you. Check out some of BioWare's older games. If you like Dragon Age Origins and you're playing that on PC, you might enjoy some of BioWare's older games. Well, the obvious one is Knights of the Republic, which is Star Wars, which is pretty solid. Not particularly difficult to get running anymore. Knights of the Republic 2, of course, if you enjoy the first one, which has controller support now. Knights of the Republic 2 isn't BioWare, it's Obsidian, but it runs under the same engine, the same general gameplay loop. The original two Baldur's Gate games, Icewind Dale, just anything made on the Infinity engine. Planescape Torment isn't BioWare. What am I doing when I press that? I keep pressing square. Just gonna put this on circle and put this on square. No, they didn't do Baldur's Gate 3. That was Larian, the company that did Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2. Both of which are fully co-op. Yeah, if you're enjoying that and you've not played Divinity Original Sin or Divinity Original Sin 2, might be worth looking into for playing co-op with TikTok as well. Because both of them, I think both of them, I only played a little of the first one. The game is expecting you to play it co-op. Even if you play it single player, you're still creating two characters, and the entire game you'll run around with the minimum of those two characters. And Divinity Original Sin and Original Sin 2 are both designed as old school CRPGs in a similar way that Dragon Age Origins is designed, but with a lot more modern trappings and ideas. I think if you enjoy Origins, they're worth a look. You may really enjoy them. And if you're enjoying Baldur's Gate 3, I always personally find it kind of interesting to see if I'm really enjoying a game, I usually find it interesting to see what the developer made before that. So it might be of interest to you. That's not much. Well, MP restores, from the looks of it, faster than HP, so... yeah. I think both Divinity games are also online co-op, but like good luck arranging the time and commitment for somebody to play through an online an extended RPG I think they're both supposed to run like over 100 hours. Good luck finding somebody to do that when they're not regularly going to be sat down with you. Hmm. Yeah, I absolutely feel that. To be fair, though, like, the people I've sat down and finished games with co-op like that, because I've had a few people do streams on do games on stream with me co-op, and I've been fortunate enough that they've been willing and capable of committing to finishing them. Although we've not really ever had anything super extended co-op like that. Clem and I did Halo 1 and Gears of War and Resident Evil 5. Teak and I have done Gotham Knights together. Although we've also done Super Mario World and Super Mario Bros. 3, but those were both single session streams. I think. I don't remember if Mario World was 1, it might have been 2. Yeah, it was 2, because I remember Teak actually set up a really cool background for me on the second stream. Like, with the commitment of streaming, sure, but then if you're only playing something like that once a week, it will take forever. So... just gotta do what you can. Eating at Christmas 2030. Okay, the map says I've been in that room. I don't know where the fuck I am. Okay, so we're in the Sanctum now. This is where we started. First room, went in there, came through into here. Right, okay. God damn it. Seriously? Don't need you right now. Probably worth remembering that I have that. This guy's really irritating me. Looks very solid for a ghost, though. Not doing physical attacks. I have no idea why that last hit was so much more powerful than the others. Doesn't even look like there's anything of value in this room. Like this room was just a trap. This game is getting kind of repetitive, which is a real shame because I'm interested in the story. It looks fantastic, but like so much of this game has just been this in very samey environments. I made the Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories comparison earlier, and it feels like that is very accurate. Yeah, that's what I've always heard. It was like the, like the third game to ever get a perfect score from Famitsu, which was a big deal back in the day. We're not giving up on this yet, Ninja. It's entirely possible that it just has kind of a drawn-out opening that doesn't sell itself very well. Which, let's be fair, Digital Devil Saga has that problem. You start it up and it has the interesting setup, and then goes back to the less interesting plot for like 10-15 hours, as it focuses basically entirely on dungeon crawling. But if you stick with it long enough to really start enjoying the dungeon crawling, then it's fantastic. I think so far the big downside of this has been... Oh, antidote heat. Yeah, I think so far the big downside of this has been the repetitive environments and the general lack of music. Not yet. It's entirely possible, in a lot of cases, probably probable, that Flame hasn't actually played this himself. And, like the rest of us, just heard really good things about it. And it's still got a chance to pick up. And I wanna continue playing it generally anyway. It's not bad enough to stop. It's not even bad. I feel like the last save point was a while ago. No, Malay Island didn't have any rock monsters. Or it didn't have any, like, actual giant dudes made of rock. I think in general, yeah, it feels like it would have been in DMC 2, but I don't think DMC ever had an enemy like this. Yeah, I can see it. Just because of how big this thing's arms are. That costs 28. I hadn't realised. You mean infested tank? And infested helicopter? gonna let my wrist go down. Yeah, I'm gonna get back in there because, like this, it's doing big damaging attacks. We really need to play Devil May Cry 5 co-op, Ninja. You need to set up the co-op trainer. If Capcom's updates with the anti-mod thing, like, disrupt that, I will not be happy. It's like the best idea in Devil May Cry 5. It's so fun. Well, that's the thing, like, you couldn't potentially... You couldn't realistically get rid of the lewd mods. You could ban people from using them on streams and such. But that would still be more down to like, oh yeah, you're going to put these on Twitch and they violate Twitch's terms of service, and Twitch bans them. But with mods and stuff like this, it's an all or nothing situation. You can't not have lewd mod. You can't specifically target lewd mods in any way that would be effective. You would have to target all mods. What? That costs so much MP. No, it's like I said, I feel like it was on Sunday. We've seen, particularly in the last few years, with just how many controversies hit within such a short space of time. And all you have to do is wait until the next controversy hits. Like, if you can wait until the next controversy hits, everybody will move on. Nobody will care anymore. And the fact that they're putting into games as old as Revelations 1 doesn't bode well. I did. The response that suggests that they don't speak English and ran their response through Google Translate. This isn't going to work as an idea. Yeah. It's like, cool, if people want to use cheats, people will use cheats. It's absolutely always going to be a thing. Nothing you can do will stop them. All you're really doing is stopping the people who were casually having fun with mods from casually having fun with mods. Yeah. Never been happy about that. So that's not going to work. Yeah, I'm gonna put my shield back on, thank you. Can we get some kind of damage here? That'd be really nice. Motherfucker walks in here like it's 2002. What kind of bullshit is this, Flame? I just woke up, man. We've been going for almost 4 hours, Flame. If we could do any kind of damage, this would be really nice. It's a Spider-Man quote. You're the mod ninja. Yeah, Ninja said he was gonna. If you'd have been here on time frame, you'd have seen it. Swear to God, I restore my MP so I can do that attack. I find a specific part of his body that isn't light focused. And it's just like, yeah, miss. I'm gonna get up here so I can hit it in the head. It's why I used magic. This would be less irritating if, like, I was doing any kind of damage with any of this. The fact that it just keeps saying miss is really irritating me. Why did that suddenly do more damage? Like, that's ultimately the frustrating part about this. Like, there's no good reason why I'm not doing damage. Yeah, by the time Flame arrives, we'll have already finished this fight. I've gone through basically all my healing items dealing with this fucking nonsense. It's like, cool, can you give me a reason why every attack I do is missing? Why is nothing hitting? You know what? Fuck this game. Just look at how far back the last save point was as well. Before it decided to throw me up against a boss that I just couldn't fucking hit for some reason. Okay, so you remember when I skipped the cutscene? That's where we're at. Let me see if there's some kind of explanation for what that nonsense was. Okay, so need the reflect damage ability and the brave heart to use on the bosom hammer. And it's like, cool, if this is the kind of nonsense we're dealing with this early in the game, I'm not playing the rest of the game. Reflect damage is a defensive ability we'll get. There we go, there it is. And there's the Braveheart. Increases the success rate of non-magical attacks by 20%. So we'll have an extra 20% chance that we'll actually hit. And it's like, what the fuck kind of nonsense is this? Fucking shit game. No, we lost. It's like, cool, how do I even use the workroom? I don't even have the bosom hammer right now. I must have found it on the way there. But given how far back it sent us, the nonsense of this entire thing... It's frustrating because I want to continue, but I feel like the rest of the game is going to be worse. And while the plot is kind of intriguing, the gameplay has been so monotonous. It's been the same thing. We're like 4 hours in, and all we've been doing is running through samey rooms, killing the same enemies over and over with a combat system that isn't particularly interesting. The game not being voiced isn't an issue. Like, I play enough of these games where there's like, there are no voices. I play the old RPGs on stream and such, and it's like, I'll read them to myself. I assume you guys can read too. I don't want to start voicing everything myself because it feels redundant and like it slows down the stream and such. I'll do it when I've got other people on mic with me, because it can be kind of fun. But on my own, no, it's not something I want to do, and I think you guys can probably read. So, like, the game not being voiced isn't a big issue for me. It's really disappointing. Because I was so into this idea to begin with. I'm also a fast reader. I try to not go skip through dialogue and text as quickly as I normally would on streams, because not everybody is that fast a reader. Yeah, how do I even use the workshop? It would be nice if the game had bothered to tell me how this room means anything. Like, there's no specific station that I use. Getting tired of him just climbing on top of things when I'm trying to use it. There's a save point here, even though there's a save point outside, so maybe that has something to do with it, but it didn't seem like it. I said before, like, I'm surprised this game isn't held up along with Metal Gear Solid of, like, pushing movie-like qualities in video games, and it's probably because it's probably something not a whole lot of people finished. For all its faults, Metal Gear Solid was accessible. And it's frustrating because I want to like this game, I want to continue with this game, I want to know what's going on, I want to finish this game. But I feel like it's going to be more of this. What have you got for us, Ninja? This feels like a stupid thing as well. Of like, you've got to save the game to save what you've put in the container. The container's storage is saved onto the memory card as a potentially separate file. Like, what? Once you're in the workshop, there should be an option to disassemble or repair a weapon. Yeah, it seems to be what I've found as well, and it's like, cool, where? And then you're seeing all the snobs who are like, Vagrant Story doesn't hold your hand. If you want a handhold in RPG, go elsewhere. And it's like, cool, I'm going to say the same thing I said about Dark Souls. Not teaching you how to play the fucking game isn't an example of prime difficulty. It's just nonsense. Having all these stupid, convoluted systems is fine if you explain how they work so the player can use them. The player is supposed to spend the entire game guessing, then that's bad design. I'm not against an in-depth crafting system. There can be a lot of benefit to that kind of thing. But when explaining how to use the crafting system takes that long, there's a mistake. We're not doing more of this. We're going to come back and we're going to play a game that's more worth my time. I was so excited to play this. I was ready for it. I was down. Like, I was so interested in the idea of playing this. I wasted time on stream reading the quick manual so I would understand how to play it better. And then the game comes up with more fucking nonsense. And it's like, you know what? No. We're not doing this. So I'm sorry to anybody who was hoping we'd go through this entire game. I was hoping we'd go through this entire game. We'd make the play and we'd go through it and it'd be worth doing, but looking at this, it's just not. It's really disappointing. I'm really unhappy about it. I'm sorry. Genuinely sorry about this. Once again, if you want to throw any games into the list, we do currently have the point redemption for playing a PS1 game. It's 25,000 points. I'm not going to blame Flame. When Flame suggested this, I was all on board. I'm not going to blame Flame for any of this. 25,000 points, you get to pick pretty much any PlayStation game as long as it's not fucking bullshit. As long as it's not known to be bullshit. And you'll get at least one stream out of it. The hope is to do all of a game if it's redeemed or whenever I play it, but sometimes that's just not going to happen. It didn't with Einhander, and that's a shame, honestly, but we weren't going to make it to the end of that. We can't with this. We're not going to be doing it with Metal Gear Solid VR missions, because doing all 300 missions on that will drive me insane. Got good mileage out of Ironhander. I did 2 runs of that, and it was fun to go back to. I'll be honest, with Ironhander, I've been genuinely debating, like, doing practice off stream and coming back when I'm better at it to go through the entire game on stream. But that'll probably won't happen. I'm not going to get your hopes up on that. Because of, like, time and focus. Commitment. So what's next? Casper, redeemed by Ember32. Casper based on the 1995 movie. We're probably not going to complete that, I'll be honest with you. But we'll spend a full stream on it. It's the minimum you get, a full stream. And if nobody redeems any more games by the time we get to the end of the Metal Gear Solid VR mission stream, we'll probably jump into Luna Silver Star Story Complete. An RPG more worth playing. Genuinely disappointed. I've been meaning to play Silver Star Story Complete for years now. Teak redeemed it years ago. Literally years ago at this point. It's why I want to get it going early in the year and not, like, waste time before we do it. Beyond that, ideas of what we'll be doing later on. More Spyro. We'll do Crash 2 at some point. I want to do Spyro 2 at some point. Crash 2. Final Fantasy 1. Legend of Mana, probably. Tomba. Like, there's a lot on the table for this year. And who knows, maybe I'll finally get around to doing that idea I had of the Squaresoft Summer of Adventure streams. Because that would be fun to actually do, and this year would be the perfect opportunity to do it. But to do that, I'll have to do Chrono Trigger at some point this year, which will mean we'll be doing the PlayStation version of that. That'll be fun. Otherwise, I think it's Legend of Mana, Threads of Fate, and Chrono Cross that made up the Squaresoft Summer of Adventure in 2000, I think. In June, July, August, they released Legend of Mana, Threads of Fate, Chrono Cross. It'd be a fun idea. But yeah, expect more classics coming up this year. Games that we genuinely want to do. Like I say, ideally, I want to not do any games that I've streamed previously. But if you guys are really good this year, I mean really good this year, when we get to December, depending on how we're doing, I might do some fun streams for you guys of just anything, including stuff that we've done before. Not Resident Evil 2. I've done too many Resident Evil 2 streams. But maybe Resident Evil 3, maybe another Survivor stream. Maybe you'll get a Silent Hill playthrough again. Probably not, I don't want to do that again. Maybe you'll get another Metal Gear Solid. No, I genuinely have played Resident Evil 2 too much on stream. And every time I try and go back to Resident Evil 2, whenever I do even a single campaign of Resident Evil 2 on stream, I am so bored. And I'm just not interested in playing it anymore. Which is why I'm like, I'll do Survivor. I don't want to do RE2 again. It's like we got the PC version of Resident Evil 2. We got the PC version of Resident Evil 2, PC version of RE3. And like, I played through RE3 on stream. I wanted to try it out, mess around with it. And I played through RE3 on PC on stream, and it was a bunch of fun. I had a lot of fun with it. I played through one scenario of RE2 on stream on PC, and I was just so desperate to be finished with that scenario. I don't enjoy playing it anymore. But yeah, if you're all really good, in December we might see about doing some bonus streams of stuff that I have already streamed on PlayStation. So maybe you'll get another Symphony of the Night, maybe you'll get another Metal Gear Solid. We'll see where we're at by the end of the year, if I feel like I've finished enough games. Because like, if we get to the end of the year and we've not done stuff like Spyro 2, or Ape Escape, or like there's so many things worth doing. Like if we get to the end of the year and we've not completed, I should just put out a number, shouldn't I? 30? 30 sound reasonable? We've not completed 30 games. I don't mean played 30 games like this. I mean completed 30 games. Then we're going to just push ahead and try and complete some more before we finish the year out. 30 feels like a low number. 50? 50 maybe. We've already done 2. Because we did Spider-Man and Spyro. Yeah, I'll see about setting that up, like 50. And like a counter of how many games completed, and we'll aim for 50. 50 games this year. 50 games completed on stream. And like, don't forget how many RPGs on PlayStation are genuinely worth doing. Like Lunar Silver Star Story complete, like Suikoden, which I want to go back to. I was so disappointed I lost that save file because I lost the SSD on my computer. Like that was so upsetting. Because like, I was doing Suikoden because I wanted to do Suikoden, and then we could do Suikoden 2 as well, and I've never really done Suikoden 2, and it's supposed to be amazing. Parasite Eve. Chrono Cross. Need a Chrono Trigger. But yeah, we'll pick a number. Maybe I'll let you guys vote on the number. Yep. A little chilly. But yeah, there'll be a hard cap on how high that number can be. But yeah, and sorry for anybody who was hoping to see all of this. I was hoping to see all of this, and it's just, I don't think it's feasible. I don't think it's worth doing, especially not on stream. Like, if I was working all of this out in my own time, fine, I can spend as much of that time as I want doing that. But on stream, I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting your time, and it's just not worth it. And also, Ghost, this year will probably be the only opportunity you get to see me play through Dino Crisis. And I'll be honest with you, it is entirely so I can play Dino Crisis 2. But it'll be, this will be the only time I play Dino Crisis 1 on stream. So I can get to Dino Crisis 2. Honestly, Ninja, like, if you decided to stream Origins again, and, like, you needed any guidance, I'd happily give you the guidance. But my genuine opinion with Dragon Age is, if you think you're enjoying the story but not the gameplay, absolutely throw it down on the easiest difficulty and just enjoy the game. Anyway, that's gonna do it for us for today. I absolutely think, like, there are choices that are probably better, but the way Dragon Age works is it's not a continued story of one character throughout all 3 games. So there are choices that may work out better, that may work out worse, but don't ultimately mean a huge amount in the following games. So it's not like Mass Effect where, like, if you don't get a high enough score with Rex, you'll have to put him down, and then you end up with Reeve in Mass Effect 3, and it's a much worse decision. Like, it doesn't matter on that level, ever. It's like, make the choices you make, carry them over. They don't matter as much. And I suppose, like, the advantage of not doing it the first time on stream would be people aren't going to be pushing you into certain choices, which is always a mistake. You should go for the choices you want, not the choices that people are telling you are better. Because these games, absolutely, I think, even on repeat playthroughs for me, I go with choices that feel like what I want. Choices I want to do. Like, in Orzamir, who's going to be the next Dwarf King? And it's like, I'll go with what I think is right, because that's the point. I'm not going to look up and find out what the best result is or what the worst result is. And you'll make mistakes, and that'll be entirely the point. You'll make decisions that weren't as good story-wise as other decisions. ultimately the decisions do not really matter in the same way they do as Mass Effect, because, like I say, they don't carry over in the same way. But consider it like freeing you up to make the wrong decisions. Like, you can make the wrong decisions and stick with them because the consequences aren't particularly dire. It's not like you're not going to have enough military readiness to take out the Darkspawn. And have to go with the destroy ending instead of the merge ending where elves and humans and dwarves and Darkspawn all merge into one race. Like, it doesn't work like that. Feel more free to make the wrong choice because they don't carry over in the same way. There's a few things that you'll see in Dragon Age 2 if you carry over a save with specific choices that you wouldn't otherwise, but it's mostly Easter eggs. Like, it really doesn't matter. And then in Inquisition, you can't carry over your save anyway. They fucked it up, so the way you carry over your choices in Inquisition is to go onto the website and essentially make a predetermined... Like, you go through the big decisions of the games, of the first two games, on the website, and connect that to your BioWare account, and then connect Dragon Age Inquisition to the same account, and then you can use those decisions, but it's only the big ones. So it doesn't matter. But yeah, coming up this year, fun stuff. Escape's probably going to happen. Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. Castlevania Chronicles, Lunar Silver Star Story complete. Suikoden, Chrono Trigger is probably going to happen on PlayStation. So we can do Chrono Cross, Dino Crisis, we can do Dino Crisis 2. Crash 2, Spyro 2. Blood Omen is absolutely going to happen. And we're going to see about completing a good number of games this year. Make the play, make the completions, do it right. And that's pretty much it. So, Vagrant Story will not continue. And with that, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Vagrant Story... yeah. I mean, I'm glad I finally put the time into it to know that I don't want to put more time into it. Because like I said, I played this once years ago for like 20 minutes. And was interested and just never went back to it. Knowing now that it's like, I'm not going to enjoy playing this, it's fine. We can move on. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see all of it. Yeah, we'll move on. Ghost, I hope to see you for the Dragon Age, not the Dragon, the Dino Crisis stream, whenever that happens. You can make it happen if you have 25,000 points. Which means that'd probably be next week. Would it? What are we looking at? Casper on Thursday. And then probably Metal Gear Solid on Friday. Well, you're subscribed now, so you'll be gaining points at an accelerated rate. I will reject it if you redeem it, Ninja. Let Ghost redeem it. Because she really likes Dino Crisis. And she'll feel better if she makes it happen. And yet you haven't redeemed anything, Clem. Honestly, though, like, if you want to spend your points, spend them on things that you want to see. It's like, if Flame still had points, he would probably redeem Blood Omen to get Blood Omen happening sooner rather than later. Yeah, Clem wants Parasite Eve, so if he was going to use his points, he'd probably use them to get me to play Parasite Eve sooner rather than later. Like, chances are, any games that you would come up with would be a case of, like, they were probably going to happen. It's just getting them to happen sooner rather than later. Like I say, Dino Crisis is going to happen at some point this year. Specifically because I want to play Dino Crisis 2. I fucking love Dino Crisis 2, it's so much fun. And I don't want to just skip over Dino Crisis. I have this whole thing now of doing games in release order. And it's frustrating, but it can work out sometimes. We can see some interesting stuff. Like I say, general rules for that is no games that we know are just absolute shit and not worth playing, and no games that I've already streamed. So you can't turn around and redeem Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 8. We're playing FF7 at the minute anyway, so that'd be a no. You can't turn around and say Metal Gear Solid, or you can't say do Spider-Man again. But, like, if you want to move something up the timetable that I was probably going to get to, go for it. Like, if you want to turn around and say, Chrono, play the PS1 version of Chrono Trigger next. Go for it. Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere is an interesting choice, and I can tell you that if we get around to that, we will be doing all the endings. That's actually a series where I'm like, should I actually play the games before that? Because I don't think Air Combat matters, but Ace Combat 2 matters a little bit. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Real timeline. The most important game for us to play in Ace Combat is Ace Combat 3. I think none of the others matter as much as 3. So, yeah, everybody who joined the chat, Bane, Teak, Clem, Lane when he finally turned up, Ninja, Ghost. Teak, what have I told you about fighting games? Ninja, Ghost for the subscription that I didn't get alerted to. Do we have anybody else? If we did, I apologize for forgetting you, but you were very much appreciated. Let me just reject this right now. I've not been alerted to a lot of stuff recently, honestly. Like, I've been getting... Let me see. That was done. That's done. I've been getting follows, it seems, and I've not been alerted to them. You know what? There was actually a thing. I think Icy tried to do the follow age. What's the command for? I think Icy tried to do it the other day and it said I needed to reconfirm it. Following. There it is. Fuck it, I don't care. Thanks for the sub, Clem. It'd feel better if you weren't doing it just to one-up Ghost. But you're both founders, so that's good. You're both appreciated. I've been meaning to change the alert for that for ages, because it's like it's the only alert I've got that happens that isn't like a custom alert, because like the follow alert, it's interesting, it's not sending them through properly. It's saying it is, but it isn't. Just try to test out my alerts there and they're not working. So that's fun. Yeah, the subscription alert is the only alert that plays like that isn't custom. And I've been meaning to change it for, like, forever. People rarely give me bits. When was the last bits? Leno's given me 3,500 bits. Which is crazy. Then Surza, then Sammy Joe. And it tells you how few people give me bits. In that Leno doesn't use that account and hasn't used that account in like 2 years. I don't remember the last time Surza was in here, and I think we only saw Sammy Joe like 3 times. That's how rarely people give me bits. And it's like, cool. That means I don't have to bother with a bit alert. If you want to give me money, just send it to me. Leave Twitch out of it. Yeah, I don't really do this for any kind of money or anything. So I never bothered to really set anything up for it. I have 3 emotes, and that's kind of it. Because it's like, I might get more people subscribing if I had emotes people wanted to use. Yeah. Yeah, my friend worked hard on them. Not that one, though. My original 2 that my friend made for me, she worked hard on them. The dog was just like, I mentioned to Clem once that it would be a funny idea, and then Clem just made it. Because, like he says, he's obsessive and often bored. To be fair to Clem, like, Ghost said that she thought it was an elephant and everything, but like Clem's taken that pretty much straight from like the screen cap of The Simpsons. He's not like just taken it from the screen cap. Clem drew it basically exactly how it is on the screen. It's just on the screen you see it zoom into the eyes. Like you see its dog from afar and it zooms into the eyes. Clem's drawn it exactly how it is though, so. Yeah, because I don't like those two emotes specifically, and part of the reason why I don't have a huge amount of emotes beyond the reasons I've already mentioned is that I don't have a super strong connection to any particular game like that. Or like I don't play a game repeatedly enough to do emotes based on one game, I think. Because like Resident Evil is easy enough, like you can play through Resident Evil a bunch. Yeah, you did two versions. You did a version with the eyes moving, and then a version with the eye where the eyes move and the eyebrows move with it, like it is in the episode. And I took the version with just the eyes. Yeah, right. Resident Evil, like you can blitz through Resident Evil and see the whole thing, like any of the original games, in a single session and see the whole thing, and you can do that multiple times a week, and it's fine. But with me, it's like, cool. What am I gonna do? Skies of Arcadia emotes. Which, as much as I love that game, in the almost 5 years I've been streaming, I've only streamed it twice. I want to do Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy is massively overplayed as far as those things go. See, that's the problem, like, pick the characters I like, and it's like, ooh. Cartoon face, but Skies of Arcadia characters. That was an idea, actually, I had back when I was still doing the Let's Plays, where the idea would be in, like, the reason why the emote and my avatar has, like, the patch missing from the eye is that it's a distinctive visual feature. And the idea would be I would have covers for each game I was doing a Let's Play of, and it would feature me as like the avatar, but as the main character. And like it was going to be a bunch of fun stuff, and like I remember the idea specifically with the Buffy the Vampire Slayer playthrough. The idea was going to be that it'd be me as Buffy holding the stake, but like at the chest, like I'm a woman now. But that would be the only time it happened, and any time I played a game as a female character after that, it would just be fine. Just be surprised the first time. And that's the main thing I remember out of that. Like, the piece of skin around the eye would always be missing, so it'd be the distinctive visual feature. I stopped doing the Let's Plays not long after that. I never finished the Buffy playthrough. But yeah, that was the idea I had once. Like I say, I'm not super tied to the idea of having a bunch of emotes anyway. But yeah, I say that's going to do it for us for today. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Once again, a big thank you to everybody who joined the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Definitely help with pushing through this today. We'll be back probably on Thursday. If not Thursday, then definitely Friday, where we'll be doing Casper, the PlayStation, redeemed by Amber92. Once again, if you want to redeem a game for me to play on PlayStation, the cost is 25,000 points. Rules are nothing I've streamed before, and by stream before I really mean nothing I've beaten on stream before. So like I started Suikoden and didn't get to finish it, you can redeem that. Started Blood Omen and didn't get to finish it, you can redeem that, and so on and so forth. No nonsense bullshit games, no fighting games, no racing games, because I want to play stuff that has a story. It's not just me going through an arcade mode or a Grand Prix mode for the stream, because that gets boring within 30 minutes, let alone stretching out to the full length of a stream. And that is probably going to be us. So, you guys know I'm not super into raiding people, because I don't like the social obligations of having to stick around and do all the stuff with them, when generally after my stream it's usually pretty late and I need to go to bed, or I want to go to bed, or I'm just tired, or I want to unwind for a minute and not feel like I have to stick around. So what I'm going to do is an end of stream shout out for anybody who wants to keep watching somebody. Teak has gone live with his turn-based Tuesday playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is not turn-based, but he will not listen when he is told that. But Teak is a super cool dude, and I recommend checking him out if you haven't seen him already. And if you want to see what a good stream layout looks like, check out Teak. Teak does really good stream layouts. Yep. Yeah. I keep doing this. I was doing it on Sunday into the camera as well. And like it makes me think of like I should have that emote. I should make an emote of that one shot of Kermit just going, and then maybe have a separate emote of Christian Bale doing it back. Also, speaking of the Muppets, expect Muppets Monster Adventure sometime this year. I remembered that game existed like 3 months ago and was like, oh yeah, it looked kind of fun, but I never got to play it. So I picked it up. It's kind of sat there. Expect that at some point this year. If I don't remember it before October, expect it in October. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. So, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.